We've already started we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Can you see me? I'm so glad to see people join for our event today. How are you feeling? Is everything good? Is everything good? I see some people are already excited. How are things going, people? I'm glad that you decided, despite the good weather outside, to spend it today with us, together with GDG Sofia for DevFest. We're extremely excited that we actually decided to do this, even though we were planning to have this completely and entirely offline. And so that you have the chance to communicate with each other, to network. But unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 virus, we're unable to do that. Anyways, this amazing platform that was provided to us by Google gives us the opportunity to organize events in such a way that you have the chance to network with each other, join for sessions that you're interested in, and also have the time to go to the networking. You can see I'm actually going to use this time to share with you how to navigate yourselves through the platform. So here in the chat, you can indicate any questions that you might have towards the speakers. You can share your comments if you are having any trouble hearing us, or having any questions of how to get from one stage to the other. In the networking that you see above me, up in the header, we've created tables for you that are actually all related to the agenda that we are going to have today. You can join there in groups, and these networking tables will give you the chance to actually talk to each other about the technologies that you're interested in and that you're excited about, and share any projects that you might be working on currently. Actually, I'm very, very curious, and we have actually 12 minutes before I present you our first speaker, our very own Bulgarian GDE, Stanimira. But until then, can you tell me what Google technologies are you currently working with? Is there anything, any interesting projects that you're working on and you would like to share with the community? I'm really interested in knowing more about that. Just an FYI, we have a bit of a delay in the streaming platform. So I'm talking, but you're receiving my messages a bit later. So in case there is awkward silence, just know that it's completely fine, and it's I'm waiting for your responses, more or less. So yeah, I would love to invite the people that are feeling comfortable to share their name and the projects that they're working on. It would be really interesting for me to hear more about that. Amazing. Thank you, Nina, for sharing. Since it's COVID, and I suppose that all of you are situated somewhere else, or maybe some of you are, actually we have speakers that are currently in the Maldives. So I'm interested to know where you're currently at. Are you at home? Is that in Sofia, somewhere else for the weekend? Bansko, yeah, we're actually Marcelo and I are here in Bansko together to stream the event, checking out the co-working spaces. Oh, Düsseldorf, that's amazing, Theodor. Are you working from there or anywhere?
Hi everyone.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have this in an offline setting, but unfortunately the situation doesn't allow us to do that. I'm having big hopes that next year things will be a bit different. And I suppose that maybe next year we'll actually organize it in hybrid mode so that we don't lose Theodor, who is in Germany currently. And it would be really nice to see you all in person again for a DevFest. Let's see. Awesome. Thank you, Vasilina, for actually joining us. So you're currently studying computer science. Is that in Sofia or? So we have Ivo, who is currently doing master's degree for machine learning. Awesome. Ivo, are you joining for the workshop with Jay today? He will be actually, it will be very, very interesting, and he has quite the experience. So definitely you have to tune in and maybe ask him a lot of questions. I suppose that he'll be very useful. Perfect. Hi, Trifon. Currently, one of the latest, the newest co-working space in Bansko. It's called Nest Co-working, and it's really nice. I really enjoy it here. Actually, Stanimira is also in the UK currently. She's going there for a work project, but she actually took the time to tune in and be a part of DevFest regardless. Hi, Stanimira.
Hello.
Actually, we do have some time before your session, but it would be interesting to learn more about the stuff that you're currently working on. Can you share a little bit about that? Like, I know that you switched the position, but you're still doing Go developer stuff. So share a bit more about that.
Yeah, I'm still a Google developer expert for Angular, but I recently joined MongoDB, which is a database company, hence my topic today. I'm still trying to do both, but we'll see how they can be combined. And I'm currently in Dublin in Ireland, actually, not in the UK, but close. And yeah, I've been meeting my coworkers for the first time, even though I've been working here for months. So it's kind of nice in this COVID situation to meet real people.
Since when did you start to work in MongoDB? How was the stuff there going on? Like, what made you change this? I know that you were thriving in your previous company, but yeah, I suppose work projects are very challenging, and you would like to improve that, right?
I switched a few companies in the past couple of years during the lockdown, and I joined MongoDB because I can be in developer relations, which is a different position from engineering. We get to communicate a lot with the people using our product, visit conferences, write blog posts, and also do webinars and stuff like that. So it's there's a lot of communication going on. So yeah, that really made me change my kind of track. Instead of being in engineering, now I'm in DevRel.
Perfect. Actually, it's very, very interesting, but developer expert program is something that's actually open to everybody that's doing and working with Google technologies. And we, as organizers in GDG Sofia, and you yourself as a Google developer expert, you also have this opportunity to refer people to join the program, right?
Yeah.
But can you tell us a little bit more about how your Google developer expert journey began, and how did your life change since then? So maybe we can actually inspire someone today to be a part of the program, and maybe next year be a part of the Go developer area as well.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. I can share about my journey, but it's kind of boring. I can instead share how you can become a developer expert, because that is a question that I get a lot. So the program is really oriented around communities and how active you are in the community for your Google technology. So in my case, this is Angular, but it can be Flutter, Android, web technologies in general, or AI, ML, or also clouds. There are different categories that you can check online, but they're also always around Google products. So in order to be part of the program, we have to be active in the community. So you have to give talks or work on open source projects related to this technology, or write blog posts that are really important, or maybe you have written a book about Angular or Android and you want that to be featured. And you kind of have to collect all these contributions that you have made in the past year, and then you can write your application. You have to be referred by someone who is already in the program, but that is relatively easy if you contact me or anyone else that you can basically find on the GD page. They will be super proactive, and they will try to work with you and make sure that happens. Then you go through a couple of interviews that are not super technical, but they kind of test your knowledge of the product, and also what are your motives for joining the Google Developer Experts program. And that's it. That's how it happens.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I hope people that actually hear your session today and maybe stay until the end of the conference very interested in actually doing something with their know-how about Google technologies and join the program. We're really actively promoting to have more GDs from Bulgaria. That would be really, really amazing. And I suppose that I can stop talking now and give you the stage to present your talk and yourself. And thank you, Stanimira, once again for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me. Pleasure is all mine.
Perfect. Okay, go ahead. I present you Stanimira Vlaeva.
Thank you. If you don't see my screen or can't hear me, it's probably my internet connection, but you can stop me at any time as well and say if there's something wrong. So thank you again for joining us today. The session that I will be presenting is NoSQL data modeling for beginners or for front-end developers. So it's basically an introduction to data modeling in the context of NoSQL databases, and more specifically, MongoDB, which is a document database. So let's jump right into it. What is data modeling? It is the process of figuring out how to store and represent data in your application. And if you're still wondering, why am I here? Why should I care about that? Isn't the database going to take care of modeling my data and figure out what is the best algorithm to store it and then retrieve it and update it and so on? Oh, that is not entirely true. You can do your job and make the job of the database easier by coming up with a good data model from the beginning. And a good data model is going to lead you to better performance for your application. It is also going to improve your developer productivity, and it will lower your overall costs for application development and for hosting your application. It's also important to mention that data model or data modeling is an iterative process. So your application is going to change over time. You're going to add new features. You're going to change the way you're representing and working with data with it. So you also have to adapt your data model accordingly and improve it. You will profile your queries, and you will see that some of them are not performing very well, maybe. So this will also prompt you to change your data model during your application lifecycle. So again, data modeling is important at the beginning of the application because in the long term, it's going to lead you to all of these benefits, but it is also an iterative process and it can happen during your application development. If I manage to convince you that it's important, now we can go ahead and start with the presentation. So we're going to take a look at these 4 points in the next 30-25 minutes. First of all, we're going to talk about what is NoSQL, what are NoSQL databases, and where do MongoDB fit in this category. Then we're going to talk about how we are going to model relationships in document databases and how we're going to represent object relationships in the database. We're going to give you the 2 main strategies for doing that, embedding and using references. And we're going to talk about which is better in which cases. And finally, we will discuss duplication and staleness, which are inevitable in NoSQL databases, and how we can handle them. And are they the worst or are they acceptable? All right, but first, let's talk about traditional databases. In traditional databases or SQL databases, you split your data into different tables. Then you join this data with your queries to get some result that you want to present to the user or some data that you want to work with. And to do that, you use a language called SQL, hence the name SQL databases or relational databases. But then comes the term NoSQL, which can be super confusing because it originally should mean not only SQL. But you can see that this is super confusing, so it's not a really good term. Another term that people use is non-relational for modern databases. But we'll see throughout this presentation that you can very well model relationships in these modern databases, so it's also another really good term. A term that I kind of like is non-tabular, because the data model that you use in these modern databases is not rigid tables as you would use in SQL databases. It's something different. And there are 4 main types of non-tabular databases based on the data model that you're using in them. We have document databases where the model is documents. You store data into different documents. We also have key-value databases where you store data as key-value pairs. And we have white column stores and graph databases as well. And we're going to focus on document databases, or more specifically on MongoDB. So what are documents? I'm not talking about Word or Google Docs documents here. I'm actually talking about JSON documents. JSON is a data format which looks at similar to what you see on the screen. So we have something that looks really like a JavaScript object. and it's basically key value pairs or field value pairs. So the field can be a string, and the value can be anything from a string to a number to an array to an embedded document or an object in the sense of JavaScript. And we can also have arrays of objects, as you can see in the reviews over there. You can group documents together in collections. So we can take a bunch of products and group them in a products collection. And the most important difference here between collection and a table in SQL databases is that collections have a flexible schema. We can put documents with different fields. So we can have a book with an author, we can have a movie with revenue, and we can have also an album with an artist and a label fields in the same collection. So we say that the collection has a flexible schema. And this is different than schemaless, which is a term that some people use, but it's not entirely correct because every single document has a schema. This is the combination of its field and the values that we have. So we don't have schemaless, we have flexible schema because we can put different fields into any document that we want, and we can group like different distinguished documents in the same collection regardless of their fields. We decide what is the common thing between them. And another important thing is that in MongoDB, you can also have validation for your collection. So you start very rapidly, you put anything you want in your documents, and then at some point you decide that you want to walk down the schema. So you can add validation, and you can say, I want every single document in this collection to have a title, and this title should be of type string. So every new document that you insert in this collection is going to be validated. And if it doesn't have a title, it's going to throw an error, or it's going to throw a warning. It depends on how you configure that. All right, how do we model relationships between the objects in our system? So we have documents, and they're generally standalone entities, but in our system, inevitably, we are going to have relationships. So we're going to have users who relate to their tasks, or we're going to have books that relate to their genres, or anything like that. That really depends on your application. So modeling relationships depends on the type of the relationship. And the first and more natural type is the one-to-one relationship. And an example is a book and its title. So one book has one title. And we can just put the title as a field in the book document because it's a one-to-one relationship. More complicated is a one-to-many relationship, or one-to-n. So in this example, we have a single book which can have multiple reviews. So how do we model that? Well, we can choose between embedding and using references. Let's see what these two mean before deciding which one we should use. So embedding on the one side means that we can create an array of reviews in the book document and put all the reviews subdocuments inside it. So we're basically nesting the information inside the book document. But we can also embed on the many side of the relationship, which would mean putting the book document as a subdocument inside every single review. And as you can see here, we're duplicating data, but that can make sense in some scenarios. The other option is referencing. Again, we can reference either on the one side or on the many side. If we decide to reference on the one side, we have to create a reviews array and put inside it a review ID. The review ID is pointing to just a single review and can be used later on from us to resolve the actual review and grab more information if we need it. In MongoDB, you're using a special operator called $lookup, which performs a left outer join for those of you who are familiar with tabular databases. Or you can do it manually on the application side, but of course, doing it through this built-in operator is more performant. So again, we have a new unique ID for every single review, and then we are putting these reviews in an array inside the book document. We can also reference on the many side. So in this example, our book has an ID, and we are putting that ID inside every single review. So if later on we grab the review, we query for some review, and we want the book title, for example, we can use the book ID together with the word lookup to join information from the book document. All right, the benefits of embedding is that we are using a single query to retrieve data because everything is stored inside the same document. We're also using a single operation to update or delete data, again, because everything is in the same document. And the con is that we may have data duplication, and or we may have large documents, or we can have both. And we're going to take a look at that later. The pros of referencing is that we don't have duplication, we have smaller documents, but we need to join data from multiple documents, and we need to use the word lookup, which is more expensive than just retrieving data from a single document. So they're really the two sides of the same coin, and we can mix and match them depending on our use case. But how do we choose to use embedding or referencing? Well, in the one-to-many case, that really depends on the cardinality of the relationship, whatever that means. It's actually really simple. It's kind of the numerical value of the relationship. So we can have one to few. So this is like a low cardinality or whatever. We can have one to many, which is the middle case, or we can have one to zillions, which means one to a very large number of related objects. Let's start from the extreme. So let's start from one to few. One to few usually means that this data is going to be accessed together. So it's going to belong to one system logical unit. And an example for that is a book and its genres. So we're usually going to access the book together with its genres. And another example is a user and their addresses. So the addresses array or the collection of addresses won't make sense without if it's not in the context of this user. This is why we're saying that they are accessed together. Of course, that may not be the case, but if in case it is, the right model for that is to embed on the one side. And the benefit is that the information can be accessed with one single query, which kind of makes sense because we're dealing with one system unit, as we said. And the disadvantage is that the embedded documents, in this case, the addresses of the user, aren't standalone entities. So if we decide that we want to work with them as standalone entities at some later point, we might have to migrate them and move them to separate documents, like extract them from the user document. All right, we covered one to few. Now let's cover the other extreme, one to zillions. Zillions, as I said, is just a very large number of connected items, or a possibly very large number. It can be a user and their followers on Twitter. So you can have just a few followers, or you can have thousands or millions of followers. So it's still a zillions collection because a zillions relationship, because the right side is possibly very, very large. Another examples are an article page and the visits that every single person on the internet makes to that article page. So every single visit is going to be recorded. It's going to say, okay, someone visited from that IP at this exact time, and they spent 6 minutes in the article. And this is an example of a page visit. And one single page can have millions or thousands of visits. Another example is a process that is running on our system and the log messages that it generates. So we can have a lot of log messages. How do we model that? We're dealing with very large numbers, and the best way to, kind of the only reasonable way to model that is to reference on the many side, because we won't risk exceeding the document size limit by putting everything on the one side, or by putting a lot of documents or even their references on the one side. We're going to risk exceeding the document size limit if we do that. In MongoDB, this document size limit is 16 megabytes. Not that you have to remember that, but usually if you're approaching that size limit, you have a problem with your model, and you should think about, what am I doing here? How should I best change that or modify that so that I'm not going to hit that limit? And I'm working with smaller documents, which is a lot more performant. A downside of working with 1 to zillions, which is kind of natural, is that we should be really careful when querying the zillions collection and when working in it with it inside our application. So we should be careful when we're sending information to the front end as well, because we can be potentially sending a lot of data every few seconds, which is not something that we want. So yeah, definitely a tip is to put extra comments when you're working with this type of relationship in your application. Let's see how this looks like. So for our article, we have an article ID, and for every single page view, we are referencing to this article by its ID. If we were, another option, if we were to embed the article in every single page view, that would lead to a lot of data duplication, and it will also cost us quite a lot storage-wise if we had millions of page views. So really the only reasonable approach here is to embed on the many side. All right, we covered 1 to few, we covered 1 to zillions. Now what about the middle case? Well, this is kind of a strange territory, and we don't have like a definitive algorithm or recipe to approach it, but you can ask yourself some questions, and the best question to ask yourself is, are you gonna deal with one separate logical entity or two separate logical or system entities or units? So are you gonna be accessing, for example, a book always together with its genres, or do you also need the genres as a separate entity, for example, to show books like based on genres or as some sort of categories? So if you're dealing with two separate units, then you should use referencing, usually on the many side. You should split this data into different collections. If you're dealing with just a single document, a single entity, and the information is always going to be accessed together, then you should use embedding. And you should embed on the more often queried side, because that is like, it should be kind of natural to get it, because it's going to be more performant. And if you're not sure, then maybe use referencing, unless you're looking for simplicity, like for building a proof of concept, and if you're not afraid to migrate later, because if you put everything in the same collection and later on you'll decide that you actually need this information as two separate collections, you will eventually have to migrate. You'll have to push data out of the embedded documents and put it into a new collection. So yeah, you can still use this like a recipe or an algorithm or whatever, but there are some other considerations, and it really depends on your use case. But these are like the ground rules, and this is an introduction, so we'll stop here with relationships. But let's see some real world example, and we're gonna find out why like embedding and referencing are not really exclusive. Right, we have a system, and in our system, I know this slide is very long. It tells you a lot, but look at the left side first. So we have a system where we have meeting rooms. These meeting rooms have names, capacities, floors, some setup, all that stuff that you need in your meeting room. And on the right side, we also have users in our system, and you guessed it, our users can book meeting rooms. every time a user books a meeting room, this creates a booking document inside our system. And the booking contains information: when is the meeting, who is the user, and which room was booked. And in this model that we have on the slide, we're using referencing. So we have in our booking document a reference to the room by its ID, and we're also referring to the user again by their ID. Then we perform a query called list all bookings for November 11th. And for displaying that to the user, we are not going to deal with user IDs and room IDs. We more likely want to show them the name of the room and the name of the user. So we have to perform a join, or in MongoDB, a dollar lookup operation, and resolve that information through our query. So the dollar lookup operator is going to go and find the meeting room by its ID, and it's going to grab the name or whatever we tell it to get. And we're going to do the same for the user. We're going to grab the name again, and we're going to repeat that for every single booking that we have. And as you can see, this can cause some issues because we're performing one query to get the bookings, and then we also have two dollar lookups. And this can be kind of unperformant if we have a lot of bookings and if we do that every millisecond or every few seconds. The advantage is that we don't have any duplication at all because we're using IDs to reference information. We have really small documents, but again, this might prove to be really unperformant. And there are tools to find out these queries, which can be causing problems in your application. But let's say that in our case, we just found out that this is problematic. Like, we need to optimize this query. All right, we know that we can use embedding, and we can put all the information for a room inside every booking, and we can put all the information about the user together with their addresses and contacts inside every single booking document. And we're going to have only one query because everything is in the same document, right? But we're going to have super large documents, we're going to have data duplication, and most importantly, we're going to have a lot of unnecessary data. Like, I don't care about the setup of the room in my booking document, and I don't care about the address of the user who booked the room, and this is totally irrelevant to this use case. So how do we improve that? Well, there's something called the extended reference pattern, which is essentially a combination between embedding and referencing. So remember that's why embedding and referencing merged or something like that. And the idea is very simple. Instead of putting only the ID, we are also going to put the minimal amount of information that we need for this room or for this user. Because we know that we want to display the name of the room. This is what we're putting inside this document here. And we know that we also want to display the name of the user. That's why we are also putting that next to the ID. If we wanted to display like the capacity of the room, it would have been a good idea to put that as well, as long as it kind of stays reasonable. But we need to put all the data that we are going to need for this like super expensive and important critical query for our application. All right, what happens when we query our documents? We're going to perform just a single query, and it's going to be super fast. We're going to have relatively small documents because we're putting only the necessary information, and we won't have unnecessary data inside this booking document, which is kind of cool. The downside is that we have some data duplication. So if someone goes and changes the name of the Sahara meeting room, we are going to have the old room inside this booking document. So what do we do about it? Should we update it? Should we care about booking documents with old meeting names that were from yesterday or from last? Well, maybe not. It actually really depends on your application. So let's dig a little bit into that data duplication thing. Like, I can just tell you, don't be afraid to duplicate data, but I know that it's scary if you're coming from a normalized SQL kind of world. And I can also tell you something a lot better, and that is data that is accessed together should be stored together. This is a lot more natural. And this is kind of the nature of NoSQL and flexible schema databases, is that your application use case should drive your data modeling. So if you are gonna access this data together, then just store it together. Don't care about normalization or data duplication. Just make it work in the best way for your application use case. But still, let's see what happens when we duplicate data. In the first scenario, we might be dealing with dynamic objects and also historical data. In this example here, whenever a user makes an order for something, their shipment address, so their address is copied or duplicated inside the order as a shipment address. So we know where to ship their stuff. If we were to use referencing in this example, we would have duplicated data. We would have saved some space. But if the user changes their address like in the next hour, should we also change the address of the order? And this is going to happen automatically because we're using referencing. Well, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should persist the address in the order unless the user explicitly changes it. And in this case, you can see that embedding the address is actually the correct solution, because the shipment address should remain the same even if the user changes their own address. That's why we need to duplicate it, and it makes more sense, and it's like the right decision instead of using referencing. The other scenario is when duplication should be managed. So this will lead us to additional application code and additional update information. So we should really weigh the benefits and versus the efforts of managing data duplication. So as we saw, we can have a lot of benefits because of storing data together in our previous example with the booking rooms. And we should weigh that against the efforts of managing this data duplication and performing additional application updates. But in case we need to manage this duplication, let's see how we can do it. First of all, duplication leads us to staleness. Staleness, this is information that doesn't reflect reality. Like in our previous example, if someone were to change the name of the meeting room, the information in the booking document would be stale because we're going to have the old booking room name there. And staleness may be caused by duplication. It may be caused by a lot of other things, but in this scenario, we're taking a look just at duplication. And staleness is inevitable if we have duplication or if we are working with real-world stuff. So the real question is, how long can we tolerate stale data? So is it super critical to update this data so that the user who makes a query has the newest version of the system like the next second? Or can that wait? Maybe we can update data every 24 hours, or maybe we may not need to update it at all. In our example with the bookings, maybe we don't even need to update the old bookings at all. Like, who cares about them? They're just for historical reasons. They're historical data. So you should ask yourself that question: how long can stale data be tolerated? And after you have the answer, which really depends on your application, you can manage staleness with batch updates. And what I mean here is that you shouldn't like update your stale data like per document. Every time someone changes something, like go ahead and update everything else connected to it. You should do it in batches. So collect some updates, then wait for some time, maybe for an hour or whatever time period you decided you can tolerate stale data, and then go ahead and perform a batch update. Yay, some code, cool. So the way to kind of manage stale data and perform batch updates or manage duplication in general in MongoDB is by using something called change streams. It's actually a really simple thing. So here we're grabbing a collection called users. Then we are saying in this pipeline thingy that we want to match all the update operations. So every time someone changes a user document inside this user collection, we want to be notified. And this is what our change stream will do. We're saying collection, watch this pipeline, which says watch for updates. And on change, we can accumulate our changes, like not perform them every second, and then perform a batch update to all the related documents. So this is a simple example of change streams. And if you want to learn more about it, Google this title, change streams and triggers with Node.js. Of course, there's support for all the other languages that MongoDB supports, but you can get a kind of a sense how this can be done. And finally, the biggest takeaway of this talk should be that the application should drive data modeling, and it shouldn't be the other way around. So you have to start modeling your data and grouping your collections and all that when you have some information about your application requirements first. So don't do it the other way around. And don't do it like on your own without working with your teammates who work on the front end or whatever. So how do we start that? There are a few questions that you can ask yourselves in the beginning of your application development in general. And the most important question is, what are the logical units in this application? Am I going to be working with users and tasks, or am I going to be working with books and charms, or what kind of objects I'll be working with? Then define the relationships, see how these objects relate to one another. And finally, define which are the most important queries. Like if you have some really critical queries for your application, make sure to optimize your data model based on them. Like in the example that we saw with bookings, we have one very critical query, which is listing bookings. So we are optimizing our data model to make it more performant for this specific query. All right, in summary, model your data based on your use cases. Don't do it the other way around. Take cardinality into account when you're modeling one-to-one relationships. So if you're dealing with one-to zillions, be extra careful. And keep the logical units, like the different system units, in different collections, so you don't have to migrate them later. And also manage duplication and staleness with batch updates and with change streams. All right, thank you for your time. This is a link for the presentation. The others are also links, but you know how to Google, so you can find all these resources by putting the words in Google and pressing search. So we have a really nice free course at MongoDB University, M320 Data Modeling, which is like a full-blown course about data modeling with MongoDB. We also have a bunch of blog post series about how you should model your data and what you should watch out for. And finally, there's this tutorial for change streams and also triggers, which I did not mention, with Node.js. So thank you for your time. We have 6 minutes, I think, for questions. And if you want to ask me anything, go ahead. I'm going to leave the slide for a while just so you can take a screenshot or do what you want to do with it.
Thank you, Stanimira. Really, really nice session. So we currently have one question in the Q&A. What do you think about MongoDB Atlas? Do you use it?
Yeah, it's really nice. So MongoDB Atlas, for these who don't know, it's a database as a service solution that is offered by MongoDB. So you can host your database there, and you can do a lot more as well. So you can have serverless clusters. You can optimize your queries. You can perform migrations with no downtime, all that things. Like, it's really nice. There's also a free tier, so you can kind of give it a try for free. It's all based in the cloud, so if you're familiar with AWS or Azure or Google Cloud Platform, like name dropping, it's really similar to this. But the other important thing is that MongoDB Atlas can work with all the other 3 big cloud platforms. So if your data is hosted on Google Cloud Platform, you can connect through MongoDB Atlas and use it. But yeah, that's it in general about Atlas. I don't do like a product pitch, but maybe whoever asked this question can find me and we can talk later about it. Like if they have more specific question about their use case.
Perfect. Thank you. We will encourage them to do that. Thank you, Stanimira. Anybody, any other questions you might have? You can put them as comments in the stage or in the Q&A section. Okay, I suppose that no, people don't have any more questions. If they do, however, because we have a little bit of a delay in the streaming platform, I will make sure to get in touch with you and so that you can answer them in private, I suppose. Thank you, Stanimira. Amazing weekend in Dublin. Make sure you drink some beer for us as well. And enjoy your time there. Thank you once again for joining us and being a part of DevFest Bulgaria 2021. It was really amazing. Thank you. Okay, so we have now 10 minutes for actually some networking. If you'd like to do that, I've pinned some messages for you, and you can go to the networking tables where you can actually have a room of where you talk with fellow attendees about the stuff that you're passionate about. If any room is missing and you think that it should be there, please do let me know so we can create that. And before the next session, we are actually able to do that. Okay. Oh, we have one more question. I don't know if Stanimira is still here, but which Google Cloud Next 2021 announcement is the most relevant to modeling? I don't know if she's here, but
I'm here, but unfortunately I haven't watched the Cloud Next.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, Nina. Maybe once she watches it, and yeah, we'll make sure that you get the answer. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Stanimira. Yeah, very comprehensive talk. I agree with that. Thank you, Stanimira. It was very informative, even for external to modeling people like myself. Thank you, Nina. And Theodore also liked your talk. Okay. Okay, so yes, please, if anybody has any more questions or comments regarding the sessions today, please let me know in the chat or in the DM. What else can I share for the event today? Actually, we do not have any corporate sponsors or any companies that are a part of the conference. We kind of did that because we wanted to have this event just for the community, just interesting talks that are going to be shared with you. So there is literally, no distractions, and this is just an event for you to learn new stuff and have the platform to actually interact with one another, which is why I encourage you to do so. I also mentioned that for the most active people that ask questions, we will do a raffle, and you'll receive some cool swag from us. Of course, in order to do that, we'll get in touch with you personally so that you can send us maybe an office, a speedy office or econ office, so where we can actually send the swag for you. And yes, that's why maybe you might like some hoodie or some cans from DevFest. What else? Yeah, also we don't have corporate sponsors. However, we do have a community partner for the event, and that's DevBG. I will share with you in a bit a link to those of you that have used their IT job platform, so you can fill in this survey and actually help them improve it. And yes, that's it for now. Please go to the networking and talk to one another, and come back in 9 minutes so that we can you have time to hear also Radi with his amazing talk about machine learning and his amazing project. He actually won awards already, and I'm really, really proud of him. Okay, let's see. Radi, you should now be able to share audio and video with us on the stage. Anybody who joined a little bit later, we would really love to see in the chat the stuff that you're currently working on and what Google technologies you're using or you're passionate about. It would be really, really amazing to share your insights. And I'm going to stream a video now until the break is over, and we'll start at 11:20. So in 8 minutes.
We've already started to see the difference we can make as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
Okay, we're back a little bit early, just to make sure that I can share his screen and actually can everything is set up technically correct. Radi, do you hear me? How are you feeling?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Perfect. How are you? Congratulations on your latest awards. Can you share a little bit what you're currently working on before you start your talk? It would be interesting. This is something that I'm encouraging everybody in the audience to do and share the things that they're passionate about currently and the projects that they're working on. So
Yeah.
please, Radi.
Thank you so much. I'm currently working in the field of machine learning. That's something that really interests me. And I've been tackling machine learning for the past 2 years. For those who don't know me in general, I'm programming since I was 9 years old. And I tend to want to create products which are helpful to everyone. I founded the АзБуки.ML initiative, and I worked on it for the past year and a half. And currently, I'm also working on another side project, which also involves machine learning and AutoML and time series forecasting for trying to predict how the crypto markets are moving, which is something really interesting.
Also interested in crypto. Yeah, I suppose that this is something that everybody is currently very, very passionate about and tracking where it's headed. Yeah. For example, I myself I plan to start a course about NFTs. It's something that's it's really interesting to me, and I'm an art person myself, so it sounds like something interesting to me. Maybe somebody that has experience with that could share a bit more, but maybe we can create a crypto table as well in the networking session.
Yeah, it
So-
will be interesting to have a crypto table in the networking.
Okay, I can do during your talk. And now we don't have more time, and I on time this for this conference at least. And Radi, please try to share. Okay, great.
All right, can you see it? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Good luck.
thank you. And do you see the full screen actually? Okay, so thanks once again, and thanks to everyone who is part of DevFest 2021. It's a pleasure to be one of the speakers this year. And for those who don't know me, I'm Radostin Cholakov. I've already introduced what I'm currently working on and what I'm passionate about. So today I will try to explain to you what AutoML is actually. And because this is a topic which really interests me, but before I jumped into that topic, there were a lot of misconceptions about what AutoML is. And I think that many of you may also have some observations on this. So to begin with, I think there are three main points of view for what automated machine learning is. And the first one is of the average person. So we've all seen these articles in the media which tell us about artificial intelligence, which is able to build better artificial intelligence. And they usually present the information in a way in which people think that this is some kind of magic and that there are some evil robots that can recreate themselves better than we can. And for now, it's not actually the case. There's also the point of view of people which are familiar with technology, tech people, but who don't actually work with machine learning. And they may be software engineers or web developers, and they probably deal with platforms such as Google Cloud, AWS. And then they usually see those advertisements of their AutoML products, such as Vertex AI, AWS, AutoML, or some more specialized platforms such as MonkeyLearn and so on. And those people tend to think that AutoML is some kind of interface in which you upload some images and the platform automatically labels them, or you upload some table data and the platform automatically parses that for you. And they're partially right, because that is what commercial AutoML platforms are like. And then the third point of view is from people which actually work with machine learning and people who build machine learning algorithms themselves. They are usually writing algorithms such as linear regression, logistic regression, or deep neural networks. And they know that to build a model that actually works, you have to make sure a lot of the moving parts are aligned correctly, like for example, the learning rate, the regularization parameters, how many hidden layers a neural network has. And they are familiar with tools which can automate this for them, such as scikit-learn, AutoScikit-learn, AutoGone, H2O, AutoML, AdaNet, NNI, and so on. We'll take a look at some of them today. So the traditional machine learning pipeline usually starts with some data. We collect some data either from the internet or from some sensors, IoT devices, etc. And the data which comes from the environment around us is usually present in the correct way. So we may do some data cleaning to parse data into the right format and to throw out irrelevant or wrong parts of the data. And also at this stage, we may try to guess what the data is actually suitable for. And to do this, we had to pre-processing and feature selection, feature construction. So let's imagine that we are building a model for house price predictions. Usually, no one will care a lot of the middle name of the previous owner when buying a house, right? But they will certainly take into account how many bedrooms the house has, or how many kitchens, or how many bathrooms, and so on. So we can safely remove the name of the owner of the house from the dataset, but we will certainly embrace the information about the rooms we have. And that is feature selection. Feature construction, on the other hand, is creating new features from the existing data. So for those who are familiar with ML algorithms, you know that usually when doing linear regression, for example, you may introduce more features which are polynomial features. So then your model can fit more sophisticated functions. And then once the features of the data and the data we want to fit to our model is selected, we head to the model selection phase. And here we actually have to, first of all, choose what architecture we need to use, because we may have unstructured data and we need a clustering algorithm for that, like k-nearest neighbor. Or we may need to do classification, regression. We may want to use some simple models such as linear regression, as I mentioned, or we may want something more advanced, such as deep neural networks. And also, just choosing one of them isn't sufficient. We also have to build it, right? Because if we have a neural network, then we should select its layers and how they are connected and how many of them we have, and so on. And once the model selection is done, we usually optimize it. So if we have a neural network, we may tune how the dropout and regularization layers work. Or if we have a k-nearest neighbor clustering algorithm, we may fine-tune how much the k is, and so on. In all of these architectures, we have a lot of moving parts that we need to fine-tune in order to the model to work and to work performantly. And to evaluate how performantly the model is working, we usually do some model validation, whether that's calculating the loss, the accuracy, precision, recall, F-score, and so on. And sometimes after we've done all of that, we may have a better idea how to select the features, or now we have the idea of adding more features. Then we should start from the beginning, then go through this pipeline once again, and we find if we find that the updated architecture works better at the model validation phase, it's great for us because we've discovered a better model, right? So the main objective of AutoML is to automate this for us. So AutoML takes some of this or all of these stages of the ML pipeline and provides us with tools that we can use to reuse some of our past findings and to automatically search a lot of different model types, a lot of different parameters, and to fine-tune them correctly. So let's take a look, for example, into model selection. Even if we already have determined what type of architecture we want to use, there's still a long way ahead. Like, let's say we really love neural networks. And okay, we'll be searching through neural networks, but we may need a convolutional neural network for image processing or a recurrent neural network for time series forecasting, incorporating long short-term memory, or we may want to incorporate some attention mechanisms, like those introduced in the Attention is All You Need paper for doing text processing, sequence-to-sequence problem solving. And in some cases, we need both of these things, or we need to combine layers and techniques from different types of models in order our architecture to work well. So the way we select the neural network is one thing, and then how the specific neural network is constructed is another thing. For example, if we have image data, we obviously may choose a convolutional neural network. But then how many layers do it have? Or what actually those layers are, and what shape of the data we should fit to those layers. And here comes the neural architecture search. So neural architecture search essentially takes the process of humans manually tweaking the neural network and automates this process. So we may have a neural network which is linear, and we want just to find the different layers of that architecture, or we may want to do something more sophisticated, like how those layers may be reconnected to other parts of the neural network, so it becomes more performant. And for this neural architecture search, we have three main phases: the search space, the search strategy, and the performance estimation strategy. So the search space defines actually what we are looking for. For example, I may only search among fully connected neural networks between 2 and 7 layers deep, and with maximum of, let's say, 20 neurons for each. And defining this search space manually sometimes is a downside or disadvantage because it introduces certain level of human bias. But yeah, we certainly need to know what we are actually looking for. And then we may have some other ways of defining our search space, such as some skip connections. When we are doing neural architecture search, we may have parts of the neural network which we want to disable, and then re-evaluate the model to see if without those parts, the model is still performant, or we want to reconnect the certain layer to another layer to see if this improves the performance. And to do this, we need some search strategy because our search space may be huge. We may have a ton of different ways to construct a neural network, right? We may have thousands and even millions of ways to assemble the model. And the search strategy allows us to find the desired model more quickly. Because let's say if we have random search and we randomly go through different variants of our model and just evaluate them, then go to the next one, evaluate it, this will be really time consuming. And we need some more advanced optimization, such as Bayesian optimization or even reinforcement learning, where when you find some good structure of the model, the agents who look for that structure are rewarded. And if they stumble upon a layers of the network which are just useless, they will be punished for that. And they will more quickly learn which variants are actually more performant than others, and they will skip some of the completely useless variants of the model, and thus saving us time. And also we have some other evolutionary methods. and gradient-based methods to look through our search space and try to determine which is the best model architecture we are looking for. So here on the right, you can see an animation which shows how the AutoNet AutoML, which is based on TensorFlow and built by Google, how it adaptively is growing and assembles the different layers of the neural network. And in each iteration, it measures the loss for each candidate and selects the best one to move into the next generation. And as you can see here, it iteratively when it finds some good fit, a layer which fits to the model well, it continues with itself and then adds more on top of it. So this way, it finds the better and better models more quickly than just randomly searching into the space. And then we have the performance estimation strategy, which I mentioned. For certain generated model architectures, we want to evaluate how they perform. And we can just split our data into training and testing sets, as machine learning engineers usually do. And then just train the whole model on the whole training data, and then evaluate that model on the test data and extract some metric like error, accuracy, and so on. And then compare all the models this way. For every new architecture that the search algorithm finds, we will then fit the whole model to the whole data and then evaluate it. But as you can guess, this usually may take a lot of time because we have a lot of different model variations. And as we mentioned, some of them are actually completely useless. So fitting the whole data to all the models will be way too time consuming. And for that, we have different ways for improving our performance estimation. So we can quickly estimate how different models perform and move on to the next to compare them. We have those lower fidelity estimates, such as training and testing on the subset of the data and not on the whole data set. Downsampling the data. For example, if we are working with images or video or sound data, we may downsample it. We may use images with lower resolution, so the computations are quicker, or we may use videos with less frames per second. So again, the computations are quicker. And also we may do fewer training epochs. Instead of training the whole model for a lot of epochs to see how the model is performing at the end, we will train for a small number of epochs, which of course will give lower overall performance if compared to training on a lot of epochs. But if all of the models are trained on the same amount of epochs, we may for our comparisons between the different models. And some other techniques include learning curve extrapolation. So if you are familiar with what a learning curve is, here you see how the accuracy of the model grows with time. Epochs is the time the model was training. So learning curve extrapolation, what it does is we stop the training at the beginning with a low number of epochs, and then we try to forecast how this model would have performed with more number of epochs. And this extrapolation is done with some mathematical, statistical model, time series forecasting model. So here, as you can see on this example, we've stopped training at 25 epochs, and then we, in this black lines, we try to guess how the accuracy would have changed if we trained for 120 epochs, for example. And then we use these metrics to actually compare the different models we generated. Okay, and let's actually discuss what are some of the advantages of automated machine learning and why it is so talked about and so muchly hyped. So first of all, it bridges the skill gaps. There is an increasing demand across a wide range of applications for ML engineers, data scientists with skills that businesses often find difficult to fill. And AutoML addresses this skill gap. It makes building and serving ML models easy by automating some of the time-consuming steps in a ML pipeline, regardless of some of the specific skills of the people. So it also improves scalability. This enables someone to devote more time to business problems rather than iterative modeling tasks. For example, instead of you fine-tuning the model and you trying to guess which hyperparameter set is the best for your model, you can just throw your model to a AutoML tool for it to fine-tune it, and you will focus your time on something more sophisticated. And this way, actually, the AutoML pipeline is seen as a productivity tool. And it, of course, saves time. I've been to a lot of online events and conferences about AutoML, and people there tend to think about AutoML as a productivity tool. And they don't think AutoML will replace data science or machine learning engineers, at least for now, in the next 10 years, for example. So just like when Python came out, it was a higher level language, which under the hood does a lot of things that a lower level programmer should do by hand, or the same way how tools such as Keras, TensorFlow, PyTorch, and so on, those frameworks provide us with already built layers for our machine learning models, so we don't have to implement them from scratch. And this way, the machine learning environment and ecosystem actually grow really quickly because we had a lot of tools which helped us to be more productive, and AutoML is seen as one of these productivity boosts for the machine learning ecosystem. And finally, I wanted to demonstrate to you some machine learning platforms and how actually a AutoML pipeline might look like. So I will show you NNI. This is a framework, open source framework, which I think is backed by Microsoft. And I am using it in some of my projects. So I will take a quick look at it, and then I will also take a quick look at what Google Cloud offers for commercial users. So let me open NNI. And before the talk, I started a experiment in NNI, so I will show it to you. For those of you who are not familiar, MNIST is a data set with a lot of images of handwritten digits. So we have a lot of handwritten digits, and the objective for this data set is to actually classify what each image is. Here is some of sample data of the MNIST data set, and here we have an example of a machine learning model which tries to fit to the MNIST data set and to predict a newly unseen image, which number it actually is. And here we have this model built in PyTorch. We have some convolutional layers, some linear layers at the end. And one of the objectives which AutoML might handle for us, even though we have built this model by hand, we may want to actually fine-tune its parameters. for example, the learning rate, how quickly it learns. We may want to vary the hidden layer size for the convolutional parts of the network. And what I can do now is go to NNI and head to the trials detail here and hyperparameter tuning. And here you can see that while I was talking in the background, my framework was running different variations of my model with different hyperparameters. So it ran the model with different batch sizes of 128, 64, 32 batch size, with different hidden size, with different learning rates, and with different momentum. And here we can see the default metric I had, how it varied based on the different compositions of the model. So let's say that this default metric was actually the mean squared error, right? And I wanted to minimize it. So as you can see, this green line here actually is the lowest value we got for our metric. So probably if we wanted to minimize this metric, probably this set of hyperparameters is the best one for us. And we may specify in our configuration for NNI, do we want actually to minimize or maximize the metric? And we define the metrics ourselves. So this may be precision, recall, F-score, accuracy, and so on. And here you can see that we have a lot of different trials. I think I run this this one with random search, so I didn't use any optimization here. And as you can see, we had a lot of models which ended up with the same final metric, which if we used some kind of optimization, as I have already mentioned, it would be it would have find this final and best metric really more quickly. And also, this was the hyperparameter tuning part of AutoML. For this model, what we also may want to do is to actually let the AutoML pipeline find the desired layers of our neural network for us. And as I've already mentioned about neural architecture search, we can automate this process. For example, here I have the same model, but on some of its layers, we have multiple variants. So we may have this convolutional 5x5 layer or this convolutional 3x3. And then down the line, we have some more layers which may vary. And when we run this in NNI, it will go through all the different combinations of those layers and show us which architecture performed very well, which was the best one. And also another metric which you can track with AutoML tools is actually the duration, or how much time it took the model to be trained, because you may find a model which is really good at predicting your objective, but the model may be also really slow. And you hear, based on this information, how much time it took to train, you can evaluate, is it worth it for you to have higher accuracy model with higher training time, for example, or testing time. And finally, something about the AutoML pipeline, which the traditional pipeline doesn't have, is model compression. When running some AutoML platform, which handles the model neural architecture search, the hyperparameter optimization for you, you may end up with a lot of models, as we've already seen, which work well, or a lot of models which are useless. So the model compression phase of a AutoML pipeline is the final phase in which all the models which are found during the testing phase are compressed into one, so we can use them in the end. I don't know how much time I've left, but since we are at DevFest, I would encourage you to take a look at Google Cloud's AutoML. It is more higher level, so you can use Vertex AI and Cloud AutoML without actually having those skills for building the models yourselves. But if you do, you can actually upload TensorFlow models to AutoML and then let it optimize them for you. So if you have some crazy idea about building a app which, for example, classifies images or classifies video content or text translation or whatever, but you don't have the machine learning skills, probably Google Cloud AutoML will have you covered because its interface is really user-friendly and it doesn't require all the skills needed to build a machine learning model by yourself. So I think 30 minutes are in. Thank you for your attention. You can follow me on GitHub and Twitter to see more of my work and the projects I am currently working on. And I will be happy if you have any questions.
Thank you, Radi. Really, once again, quite impressive. Yes, please. Can you all the attendees that were here for Radi's session, please feel free to ask any questions you might have. He's very, very ambitious and intelligent young professional who will be more than willing to answer all of your inquiries. So, Radi, I might have a question. So, have you picked your favorite technology yet? Or you're still exploring the pool of programming languages and you still don't have like a favorite one?
Because I've spent a lot of time doing web development before I headed to machine learning, I have a lot of bias towards JavaScript. And even though a lot of people don't like JavaScript, JavaScript is kind of my favorite programming language. But for now, I am mostly using Python because of my interest towards machine learning. And certainly, I'm continuing to search through the pool of technologies, as you said, because it's really interesting to me how much things you can build with all of these different technologies.
Would you say that and actually machine learning are the future in terms of what the future holds actually for these technologies? Do you think that a lot of things will change?
Yeah, I think that machine learning and automation will certainly transform the way we see the world. As I've mentioned in the presentation as well, this won't happen at one night. It will take some time, but at the end, probably machine learning will automate a lot of our daily lives.
What do you think about the latest project and this transformation that Facebook and Zuckerberg did? What do you think about Meta?
I was expecting it. When I firstly heard of smart glasses, and that was a long time ago. Firstly, Google introduced some glasses. I don't remember how they were called. They were way too early, but this idea of having a meta world and a virtual world is not new. It's from those days when smart glasses were firstly thought of. So I expected Facebook or some of the other big tech to introduce this, and I wasn't surprised when I saw it. But also, I don't quite feel like I will be happy in this virtual world. I don't know. When I am because I'm spending a lot of time in the internet, I certainly think the internet is something great, but I prefer when being with another humans to be in person. So yeah.
Okay, wow. Thank you. We have a couple of more questions. So we have, do you think AutoML will draw more attention in the near future compared to the rest of the ML disciplines?
So AutoML will first of all will be the productivity tool of all the future machine learning engineers, and also it will allow a lot of people that are not actually dealing with machine learning to start dealing with it. So a lot of companies and a lot of research groups are working actively on AutoML, and from what I heard, yeah, there's a lot of investments and a lot of time spent by researchers and by companies to continue to develop more and more sophisticated AutoML tools. And a fun fact I can share with you is that in recent days, I've explored the GPT-3 model by OpenAI. It is actually a language model based on transformers, but they have some really interesting demos in which they having you describe what you want, and then the GPT-3 model automatically builds the code for that in React.js, which is something really really futuristic, and this will allow more people which are not familiar with machine learning to try it. I will embrace people to go to the hangout rooms after that, and I can show some demos of it.
Yeah, I will share a little bit more about the tables in a bit. And just one more question we have from Anjo. I have a question to Radi. Do you think that many of the ML algorithms feel like redundant? Most people today focus mainly on neural networks.
It's true that a lot of people focus on neural networks, and but that's with everything. Like, people always focus on the things that are hyped, and this doesn't automatically mean that the more traditional ways are redundant. Some of them are for specific problems, but not for all. And if you ask the professional ML ecosystem for that, they will answer that there's no perfect machine learning architecture for every problem. So the specific problems require specific solutions, and for some problems, the traditional algorithms are still relevant and still a lot helpful to you to know them.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Radi, so much for your talk and joining us once again today for DevFest. It's really amazing to grow into the tech ecosystem and all these amazing things that you're already doing. I've already shared in the general chat links to all the networking tables. And whoever is actually joining there and feeling lonely, just indicate it in the chat, and so that other people may join you, and where you can talk to one another and share stuff about the technologies that you're passionate about. Now it is time for a lunch break, so we will give you 1 hour to grab some food, maybe after it grab some beer as well, and come back for the Google Cloud Platform workshop with Jay Campbell. He's a site reliability engineer at Google, and he has a vast experience in Google Cloud technologies. And what else can I share? Yeah, it's going to be in the workshop stage. There I've shared some important links for the beginning of the workshop. Yes, if there are any questions, please, or comments about how you're feeling, if you have any technical issues with the platform, please indicate it either in the chat or write us in Facebook or the emails that we have on our platform. We're here to help. Once again, I would like the most active people in the Q&As will receive some cool swag from us. And yeah, this is it for now. Thank you, Radi, once again. And
for having me.
Of course, always. Looking forward to next year with more interesting projects from your side. And yeah, you're always welcome on the stage of GDG Sofia.
Have a great DevFest from me.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I will be streaming some videos for you guys. Once again, please feel free to talk to one another in the networking tables. We'll be back in an hour for the GCP workshop. Those of you that are not interested in Google Cloud, well, for you, you have a little bit more break than the rest of the people. But again, I invite you to be active during the workshop and also section of the event platform. And yeah, if there are any comments for us, please let me know. And I will see you back on the workshop stage in 1 hour. So thank you all for joining.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time. Workout, amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one community members a lot. So start his Flutter path. Later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
Mostly proud of would be to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud, amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was given the same stage.
One member moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing up to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online boot.
Inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to various workshops. It was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching introduction to programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching introduction to programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching introduction to programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him his Flutter path. A year later, the same he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from some.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of the community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of the community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of the community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to a developer in the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to a developer in the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to a developer in the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops. It was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start. 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching introduction to programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning.
As a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online boot camps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ to
Здравейте!
Здрасти,
София.
Тушка.
Как сте?
Туше, здравей!
Здрасти, Марчи. Аз да шерна след като ме представиш, нали?
Туше, да. Между другото, ще трябва да свичам на английски.
Да. Искате ли само набързо да пробвам шеринга? Така, вижда се, нали? Като сменям?
Да.
Спирам.
Да. We have 4 more minutes. Tusha, did you hear me well? Perfect.
Are there people in Bansko?
Yes, a lot of.
Nice.
At weekends, it's full of people.
No, I mean at the co-working space where the event is held or...
Yeah, we have a few people, but not too much.
Да нося джойнат хора, защото е събота все пак.
Ще се. Още не е приключил около workshop-а и за това може би...
Да изчакам ли 1-2 минутки или в 0-0 почвам?
Ще изчакаме мъничко, имаме време, така че няма да е проблем. Туша, ти чуваш ли нещо като все едно да се повтаря аз или само аз чувам такова нещо?
Не чувам. Не, мисля, че е окей.
Добре.
Има някакво ехо около теб, ама не знам дали не е, защото има хора или...
А сега продължаваш ли да чуваш ехото? Слушай, ти чуваш ли нещо като все едно да се повтаря? Или само аз чувам нещо?
Значи точно сега чух да се повтаря цели изречения, в смисъл...
Да.
Има някакво ехо.
Но затова сега ще пусна пак слушалките, не знам защо.
Ама то не е слушалките, защото и моите неща ги повтаря.
А сега чуваш ли пак да се повтаря или не?
Сега не, ама то го повтаря след известно време.
Чакай да пробвам нещо.
Светлината не ми е много добре, от тук ме осветява, ама иди си, нямам време да го оправям.
Сега чуваш ли нещо друго или само или нормално?
Нормално си чувам, но то преди го повтори примерно след 30 секунди. Много ли е зле светлината ми, че от тук ме осветява повече?
Не, между другото, добре е.
То се вижда малка снимка. Аз се включих одежда на един дълг.
Пак чувам това повтаряне, направо ще се водя.
Q&A, къде го виждам, Марче?
В чат.
А, да, Q&A. Добре.
Да, и след това има Q&A. И сега ще дойде една секунда. Hi everyone. Tusha, are you here?
Yeah. Shall we start? Because I see that it's just me and you.
No, this is just the stage.
Ah, okay.
So that's why you see only me and you. Before we start, I want to introduce Tushka to all of you. She was my colleague before. I had the opportunity to work with her. She's a great Java specialist. Now she's engineering manager in Scalefocus with a lot of knowledge about Java, and hope you will enjoy her talk. Tusha.
Thanks a lot, Marcella. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm really happy to be here today and speak at this conference. Marcella already presented me. So yep, I'm Tushka and I'm Java Engineering Manager at Scalefocus. I'm at this role for half a year now, and I want to share with you about the challenges I faced so far. Why did I choose this topic and talk about it? So the main reason is that I went through these challenges myself. I believe it will be helpful for people transitioning to these or same roles, and more because most of people think that being a manager is like winning the lottery or something. Well, the truth is it's not an easy job, and with the new responsibilities, you will face a lot of challenges along the way. So let me start with the agenda. So I will tell you more about how my transition from software engineer to engineering manager happened. I will touch the topic about the responsibilities and, of course, all the challenges I faced so far. As you can see, there is no bullet for best practices or something like this because I believe that following best practices is not always enough, especially when it comes to management. The path from a software engineer to an engineering manager. Let me share my story. I started as a junior software engineer even before graduating from university. I was working on different Java projects in a lot of different domains. Then I became a tech lead, and at that time I had around 5-6 years of experience, and then an engineering manager. How simple, huh? To be honest, that's the short of it. But behind the scenes, there was a lot more. While I was tech lead and engineer, I participated in projects where I was in the role of QA, DevOps, etc. If I can say, wearing different hats all the time, which of course is something that is good, and I would say some kind helped me along the way, learning new things and upskill myself. It was more like this, and before becoming an engineering manager, my biggest leadership role, where I gained more experience in leadership and management, was in a boot camp for juniors. We organized at Scalefocus, where I was a mentor. That was my first taste of leadership. I kind of enjoyed people get better, gaining new skills, seeing them improving over time. And yeah, I was contributing to all of that. For me, deciding to move to the role of engineering manager was not so easy, but there was a need, an open position in Scalefocus, and I wanted to try it. So here I am. It didn't happen overnight. I started mentoring people in my early years as a software engineer. So in a nutshell, moving from individual contributor to a manager, it's not so easy. So did I want to be a manager when I started my career? Well, to be honest, I don't remember, but I would say that the transition was pretty organic for me, but of course challenging at the same time. What engineering managers do, and before speaking about the responsibilities, let me clarify the naming, because in different companies this position is called in many different ways, but all of these names relate to same person and responsibilities most of the time. So you can see at some companies they call it people manager, technical director, etc. For example, at Scalefocus, we choose the technology manager. So yeah, different names, same person. So the responsibilities in different companies, they differ, but there are lists with things that every engineering manager do. The most common ones you can see on the screen. So hiring people, doing one-on-ones, setting goals, appraisals, performance reviews, communicating with different stakeholders, defining processes, etc. No coding, of course. Well, sometimes there is coding, but it's nothing compared to the coding as a software engineer or a tech lead. More about responsibilities, I would say they contribute to building and improving structures and companies. Basically, provide what do humans need to thrive at work. Building different relationships, collaborating with a lot of people, removing blockers, culture, something really important, creating a strong team culture, building frameworks and standards which can help the organization doing things easily. Pretty much driving organizational change. For me, it sounds like very, very important stuff. And I don't know why for most people, managers are like pain in the ass, someone keeping them from doing their job. Well, do all organizations need managers? Probably not. It really depends on the scale. Maybe there is a really interesting research you can check after this this talk, and it is made by Google a couple of years ago. It's called Project Oxygen, where they wanted to identify what makes a good manager. Do the companies really need managers? So based on the research, they found out that yes, organizations need managers, and actually they're the biggest factor in the high performing teams. So that's why the organizations should be very careful when choosing and hire managers, because it will definitely impact a lot of people. What I see in most organizations is that most of the time, the best engineer deserves to be promoted as a manager, which I don't think is the best approach. Because in general, in my opinion, management is not a promotion, but whole career change. The skills are different, the challenges you face are different, communication become more important. So that's why I think choosing the best engineer is not the way to go. Let's get to the point. What are the challenges? Of course, I won't be able to cover all of them. I will list the ones which are the most difficult to handle, at least for me. Productivity and context switching. For me, this is something that was very hard to deal with, and to be honest, still is. Also, adding the fact that I started managing more people when COVID hit and everyone moved online. So let me try to depict with the next couple of slides what I really mean. Here you can see at this chart how we usually measure the productivity of a developer. Number of commits, completed tasks, shipped features, code coverage, etc. All these metrics are pretty short though. you can see the result of your work usually a couple of minutes or hours later. And normally you don't need to wait so much time to see the results, right? As a manager, all of this goes away. You don't work on features, you don't fix bugs, etc. So what do you really do and how you measure it? As a manager, my work week usually looks like this. This is a screenshot of my calendar. As a developer, you need big chunks of uninterrupted time so that you can do focus work. You need to think deeply, solve problems, etc. As you can see, not much uninterrupted time in this calendar, right? So here is a typical day of mine. I will go over the meetings. So one-on-one with my manager at the morning, some training, meeting where some budgets were discussed, one-on-one with an employee, another training, interview, more one-on-ones. You can see there are even overlapping meetings. So I try to block some time for lunch or workout. Sometimes it works, sometimes not. At the end of such a day, you wonder what I have been doing all day. No lines of code committed, 0 features shipped, no bugs fixed. Productivity go away completely as a manager. So you need to find new metrics because management is real work and provides value. As you can see here, I do activities like onboarding new member, giving feedback, encourage someone, do training, etc. And what these things have in common is that you don't see the results of these actions right away. You talk with someone, you give him feedback, but you cannot look inside their head and you don't know if it clicked or you should or you need to repeat it again in a week or so. So most you do as a manager, most things you do are about the long term. At the end, it might work out after a couple of months. So the productivity as a manager should be redefined, definitely. And all these examples, they're actually the same as the previous slide. They're not about you. There's always someone else involved. And I think this is the essence of how to think about the productivity as a manager. It's not how many features you deliver, it's about how well you enable others to increase their output, which of course increase the output of the team, the company, etc. And all that under your influence. The second challenge, I called it You're on Stage. What I mean is that as an engineer, sometimes you can spend your whole day at your screen working on some feature, not being interrupted. As a manager, it doesn't work that way. People will come to you, people rely on you, so you cannot hide. They will turn to you, they will ask questions and they want advice. You have to listen to complaints. People come to you when they are not happy and you have to decide, do I want to, can I take care of this right now? You have to give critical feedback, you have to negotiate with other parties, stakeholders, etc. It becomes easier with the time, but the main thing is you cannot hide. You should be there. Sometimes even during your vacation. The next challenge is that problems don't always come to you. So you become a manager and you want to be approachable. You want to do a good job. You want to be there for your team. So you tell everyone, if there is something, please call me, even if I'm not online. I'll be there. I'll listen to you. You can talk to me. So telling everyone they can contact you anytime, right? Some people call it open door policy, but I don't think it's enough. And actually, it's not working. It's not just me. What happens suddenly? Somebody comes up to you and says, I quit. This person wasn't happy. This person was dissatisfied with the company, with the conditions in the team, whatever. And you wonder, how could this happen? I told everyone they could come, talk to me, right? So why this sudden disaster? Why was somebody quitting and I had no clue that they were unhappy? It's not enough. But why is that? Why don't people come with problems? Common one is, I don't want to steal the boss's time. I don't know exactly what he's doing, but he's doing something. He's always busy. I'll wait for the right time, or also has a time manager already know. I mean, he must know. It cannot be. He cannot be blind. He must know. So he's probably okay with it and won't change anything. So what's the point of talking about it? All these reasons play together. It's really one along, but I think they combine into something, and they're the reason problems don't come to you. So instead, you have to find the problems. Now, how do you do that? Walk around, ask everybody, do you have a problem? Or one thing you can do is smoke, because smokers always talk to other smokers from other teams, other departments, and they usually know a lot more about the organization than the people who don't smoke. No, this is not a solution. So regular one-on-ones, skip a level meetings, etc. This is maybe the way, maybe the best way to find out if there is a problem. But remember that problems won't come to you. So moving to the next challenge. So managing managers. Managing is one thing, but managing managers is a whole new level of complexity. Sometimes I spend time in problems with people 2 levels deep, and it is a challenge. It is like additional level of abstraction, and it is easy to miss out details because you no longer engage regularly with. This is tough growth point. You are pulled in many directions, and figuring out how exactly to spend your time to maximize your leverage across your team. You also need to do skip a level meetings, which is one more meeting in the calendar. Another thing is how to hold them accountable and not being the bad boss. So to be honest, it is challenging, but at the same time, these people are your team now, and they're the ones who can help you. And speaking of help, let's move to the next challenge, which is delegation. My favorite. because I'm not good at it. So it is tough one. On one hand, you cannot do everything by your own. On the other hand, you should not expect that the task you delegate will be done as if you are doing it. I mean, delegating is giving the whole responsibility to someone to do something. But this way, the people around you grow as well. They improve their skills. So this is something you should start doing. Otherwise, you should do everything by your own, and it won't work in the long run. So this was the last challenge I wanted to share with you today. Of course, there are a lot more, but at least these are the 5 challenges which are the most difficult for me. Some final thoughts. Career growth is more like climbing a mountain. The way is not straight. One more thing is that good managers are made, not born. So you can learn, but it definitely takes time. You can learn from everyone. And with the time, challenges become easier to handle. And I can see my impact almost every day, propagating the ideas of my team, both up and down in the company, seeing results. It will take some time for you to find your management style, but all I want you to know that is rewarding. It is rewarding at the end of the day. I also recommend to read a lot as a first-time manager. These are 3 books I could recommend. The Manager's Path, the first one, The Making of a Manager by Julie Zhou, and Radical Candor by Kim Scott, which is really good for giving feedback. They're all fairly short and to the point, so if you haven't read them yet, they're really nice. And of course, if you have a colleague or colleagues who can be your mentor or can help you, this will be perfect. Actually, this is maybe the best approach. And I'm very thankful to the technology managers team at Scalefocus because we really work as a team and help each other when someone has a challenge. So yeah, finding a mentor maybe is the best approach to help you along the way. So this was pretty much all of me, all of the presentation. So thanks everyone. I hope it was interesting and helpful for some of you. So yeah, it's your turn. Do you have questions? Let me check the Q&A.
Tushe, I have a question.
Okay.
What is the most helpful feedback you've ever gotten about yourself as a manager?
So one of the things was that I should improve delegating to people because I cannot do everything by myself. And one more thing is that as a manager, you cannot make everyone happy. I mean, if you want to make everyone happy, you should start selling ice cream or something, not being a manager.
Agree.
Yeah, maybe this is it.
Thank you, Tushe. Guys, do you have more questions?
no questions in the Q&A.
Oh, we have another question. Do you miss writing code?
Yeah, I do, to be honest. I mean, when I become a manager, meanwhile I was working on a project. I mean, there was some transition, and actually when I was working on the project and not doing some managing stuff, I was like, oh my god, I'm so focused. Am I working right now? The focus is something that is the most challenging.
One more.
Yeah.
How you manage keep up with the new technologies?
So what I usually do is participating in conferences, both as a speaker and as an attendee. What else? I'm subscribed to different blogs, which I read. I mean, I have a rule to read at least one technical article a day. Medium is really good one, and I pretty much every day do interviews. So in order to do an interview and evaluate someone, you should keep your technical skills up to date. I mean, not only the new technologies, but yeah. Probably with the time I will become rusty, but yeah. For now, I would say I'm still up to date.
Maybe something from my personal experience, but generally, this is something that I usually ask a lot of managers or people managers, especially. How did you actually find that this is your thing and you transitioned to managing people rather than writing code? How did you decide that this is the next step? Anytime in your earlier career days, or maybe when you're in high school or maybe at the university, do you think that eventually you would like to work with people and actually manage them?
So it didn't happen overnight. I mean, I didn't wake up and I want to be a people manager. As I mentioned before, I participated in a lot of boot camps, trainings. We did at Scalefocus as a mentor. I really enjoyed sharing my experience. Actually, I was people lead. I don't know how they call it in different companies. Even when I was MIT engineer, so it helped me. I mean, I think that my communication skills are good, at least in terms of talking to people, understanding what is the problem, etc. And in general, I do like communicating with people. I like to travel, meet new people, etc. Is this my thing? I mean, we'll see.
So I hope you definitely join us for our next events as well. It would be really amazing to have you again, Tushka. It's really great presentation, and I love when people feel like they're scaling at work and also enhancing their skills, regardless if they're technical or soft skills. But thank you again for joining us today. If there are more questions, feel free to stay and actually answer them in the chat.
Thank you everyone, and have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Tusha.
Bye.
Okay, so let's stay a little bit more. We have 15 minutes for a break. I encourage you all to head to the networking tables where you can chit chat about the stuff that you're passionate about. We have an Android, Kotlin, Flutter, web, crypto tables. We have a cloud table and some other as well. So please head there for 15 minutes and then come back here when Nikki and Lubo will tell us more about how to properly initialize your Android app in 2022. Thank you and see you in 15 minutes.
Event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching introduction to programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
To meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to
Hi, Lubo, Nikki, do you hear us? Can you share the camera and also your screen so we can...
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Very nice background, Leo.
Yeah. If you see my pants, let me show to you. But this is a presentation, so now nobody will see below the t-shirt. Yeah,
You have 10 minutes, so you have enough time to test it out.
Yeah, can I just try sharing
Yeah.
screen? Yeah, it's not working as expected. I need to give permission. Actually, why we are talking in English, since we are only Bulgarians here?
Because on the main stage, we're not only Bulgarians.
Yeah, good. But now we are only me, Nikki, you, and Marcella, right?
This is only the stage.
Yeah.
Because you're seeing the backstage, that's why. But currently, a lot of people are seeing us.
Yeah, because I've shown my pants and...
Can you guys see my screen? Let me show something right now. Yes, no?
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, great. So now I'm stop sharing. Okay, it works.
Perfect. Okay. Continue. I'll continue with the video for 5 more minutes, and then you can jump right in and start sharing a little bit about yourselves and the projects you're currently working on.
Opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
Technology brings us closer together, even when we're far apart. Google developer groups host meetup events for local technologists to connect, learn, and grow with others in their area.
The project I'm mostly proud of would be teaching Introduction to Programming to 7 girls in my hometown.
In the GDG, I used to attend various workshops, like it was on Firebase, Android, Cloud. Everyone is learning from someone else.
We started to meet twice a week for a long time, learning Google Cloud. Amazing experience.
After joining Accenture as a software engineer, I started to share my journey in Medium, podcasts, and talks at online bootcamps.
My talk inspired one of community members a lot. So I mentored him to start his Flutter path. And 1 year later, at the same conference, he was giving a talk at the same stage.
One member of our community moved from being a DJ at our event to developing the first leading bank in the country.
When we do events that impact a lot of people, we are bringing opportunity to our region. So a lot of investors, a lot of startups, they will start to see opportunities here.
You can hear me in the lobby.
Yeah, I also can hear you, and
Me too, but the other, I have
yeah,
some
but
problem.
people are indicating that there's no sound. Just a second.
Maybe we're still in the backstage. Did we transfer us to the stage?
Yes, actually, yeah, it's a broadcast, so okay, now do you hear us? Tommy, can you try? Okay, so I think that now it's okay. I'm sorry, guys. Can you start again?
Yeah, we'll start from the beginning. Can you hear us now? Yes. So thank you. So let's go to our presentation. As I mentioned, we will start from the beginning. Let me share my screen. And here we go. Let's go back to the slides. So, hello everyone. My name is Luboslav Vankov, and I'm principal engineer at Paysafe, Bulgaria.
Hello from me. My name is Nikola Kosev, and I am a lead Android engineer at Paysafe also. And together with Lubo, we work on Paysafe's digital wallet, Scream and NetEver.
And today we're gonna cover the topic how to properly initialize your Android application in 2022. First, what we gonna cover today? We're gonna discuss the most common issues with the application startup. We're gonna see the Android X new splash screen API. Nikki gonna present us App Startup API, and finally we're gonna answer to your questions. So let's do not waste time and go straight to the Sparse Screen API. What is Sparse Screen API and why we need it? First, we need to answer the question why we need it. Because in the modern day applications, often when we launch them, we see that sometimes the screen freezes when the application is being starting. Um, in terms of developers, we have a lot really long application classes, which is not good, hard to be unit tested, and other issues with these long applications like race conditions, for example, and so on. uh, about the splash activity. In order to create splash activity, we are creating some totally custom code, and we are doing that by set content view method. Actually, this method is not the first thing which is executed when you launch application, and because of that, we are seeing some delays in the visualization of the splash screen. Last but not least, I think that as developers and how Android also is built, I want to use themes instead of writing custom code to create a splash screen. And let's see how we could solve these issues. First, we're gonna see how actually the splash screen works with the new API, its element, mechanics of the animations. We're gonna customize and create our splash screen, and finally, we're gonna have a demo on Android 31 API version, which is pretty interesting, and we're gonna see what happens if you don't update to the new Splash API. Let's start with the Splash screen. What is it? The Splash screen is typically full screen graphical representations in which we promote our brand logo, application identity. We get the customers familiar with our application themes, and as developers, as you know, Usually at application startup, we are initializing some stuff, and we are providing loading feedbacks to our customers. And on the right hand side, you could see one pretty good sparse screen in the Gmail application. Let's compare the way and the sparse screen API. First, with the legacy way, we have some approaches like handler post delayed. We can have the freeze when we tap on the launcher icon of our application. Sometimes we see white background instead of the actual sparse screen because set content view is not the first thing which is executed when we launch application. And last but not least, with the legacy way, we're gonna see two sparse screen in Android 31 version. We're gonna cover this in our demo, and you'd see how awful and strange look to have two sparse screens, and that will be because of this update. And without applying sparse screen API, we couldn't get rid of the two sparse screens. How about the sparse screen API? Actually, no custom code is required for setting background, determining animation duration, and so on. It uses themes instead of creating some content. I think that nowadays it's really important also to support dark and white theme. And with the new API, this is again done by creating a style for the white theme and style for the dark theme. Also, there we gonna be support library, and yeah, you could integrate in the Sparse API in other Android versions. Now let's look at the sparse screen anatomy. Actually, so far we have our application icon, which could be usually the launcher icon, but it could be also animated vector drawable or a static one. We have two, which is icon background, and we can set some background beneath our application and logo. This gonna work also with adaptive icons, memaps, and last we have screen background. This actually the description for the from the Google developers, but I think that we have a fifth element, which is brand logo. And yeah, let's go to see what we could set with the new API. First, of course, we need to include the splash screen core API, which is currently in alpha version 2. Then after we have the dependency, can start customize our splash screen. How? As in the previous slide we mentioned, we have support for window background, which can be color or some drawable. We have sparse screen icon background, which is the background beneath the icon. We have the icon itself, which can be animated or static. We have the duration of the animation. We can also set the brand image, which I mentioned. This actually the logo, which we typically display in Android applications at the bottom of the screen. And finally, we can shift the theme to the actual theme after the splash screen. What that means? This means that we can actually set up a splash theme. We can have one set of colors and to display it in the splash screen. And then after the animation ends, we can switch to our actual theme in the application. In terms of code, this is how it looks like. As you could see, there is no set content view. We are just applying the theme to the activity we want. And then in this case, I've prepared some animation from the source code, but it can be done by XML. It can be done by creating just animated vector drawable and so on. And what we have here, we are installing the sparse screen. We set on exit animation listener. Here we prepare our fancy animation, and our end action is to remove the sparse screen and to display our first screen, which can be activity main, it can be login activity or whatever application we have. And now, after applying the theme, after have this couple of lines just for animating purposes, let's see the final output. Here I have prepared video which is being emulated 31, and the first thing which we're gonna see is the new sparse screen which came us out of the box. If I open the Google Chrome, then as you could see, our launcher icon is being displayed automatically as sparse screen. Same applies actually for every app. And here you could see the default icons, and for Gmail they have created some animation in order to present their logo. Now the last application which I'm starting on this demo is the DevFest application for sparse screen API, and it's available on GitHub. Let's see what we achieve with this couple of files. I'm starting the application, and we have our icon, which is the launcher. Beneath it, you could see the gray background in a circle. Here is it. And then on the bottom, we have our Google developers brand image. We are just hiding the icon with the code which I presented you, and with this simple transition, we are starting the new main screen, which in our case is a login screen, but it could be whatever you want in your case. And just prepare if you have any questions for the Q&A section, and I'll be glad to answer to your questions. Now I'm giving the ball to Nikki, who gonna tell us more about the application startup library.
Thank you, Lu. I hope you can see my screen. So, okay, now we know how to create a nice sparse screen, but what we actually do during this sparse screen, under the hood, the Android operating system obviously loads our application into the memory, and then some content providers are created, and finally the application on create method is called, and then our launcher activity is displayed, and its on create method is called. Okay, pretty nice. So what happens if we have a lot of stuff going on during this startup time? Well, the user will see the pretty nice white screen or our theme cover, or the best thing we can do is to show a nice sparse screen. But if the the app startup takes a lot of time, well, this is a very bad user experience, because if we don't have some pretty nice animations, our users may think that our application is frozen, or it's not working correctly. So we are in trouble actually if we have slow app startup. And if our users are not happy, they will not use our application. And the worst thing is that they will actually write bad reviews in Google Play. So we are really in a big trouble. And what can we do about it? So the first thing is, as Lubo said, we can create some nice animated splash screen. The second thing is to keep our application on create method as tiny as possible. So we should not initialize a lot of external libraries or any code from our application in the onCreate method. And the third thing we can do is to reduce the number of content providers. But actually, why I'm saying content providers for the second time? We normally don't use content providers in our applications. We know that they are for sharing data with different applications. So why I'm saying content providers? And actually, there is one pretty nice feature, which is that the onCreate method of content providers is called before the application onCreate method is called. So with this little trick, many third-party libraries are initializing themselves before onCreate method. So they are available in the onCreate method and everywhere in our application. How I know this, how we can be sure about it. As you may know, we can inspect the final manifest for our application, which is available in this merge manifest tab. So when we inspect it, and in this case, I just added Firebase to my application without anything else, just added the dependency. And in the merge manifest, a content provider appeared, which is called Firebase init provider. And here is the class Google Firebase provider, Firebase init provider. So it just appeared here. And this content provider will be used to initialize the Firebase library. So it will start collecting data and sending it to Google out of the box without doing anything from our side. Actually, a lot of other libraries are using this approach, like Facebook and many more. Most of the analytics libraries are actually using this. So how this content provider actually looks like? Well, in its onCreate method, so we can see we just call Firebase app.initialize app. So we are initializing the Firebase application in this content provider. So when we start programming, we don't have to do anything. This code is included in the Firebase library itself. So this is how it works actually. Okay, but we have Firebase in our project, we have Facebook in our project, we have other libraries that initialize during startup time, and we end up with pretty slow application startup. And this was a problem from version 1 maybe of Android. And finally, at the end of 2021, Google provides us with Jetpack startup library, which is currently in the stable channel, so it's ready for production. And with the startup library, they solve some of our problems that I explained to you. So the first thing this library provides is that the idea is that every library that should be initialized should share a single reusable content provider. So we don't have to define like 5 or 6 content providers. We have just one, which is great performance improvement. And the second thing startup library provides is a control over the initialization order. So before this library, we just define our content providers and they are executed in random order. And now they give us the opportunity to actually define a dependency graph and change the order in which the libraries are loaded. And finally, this library gives us the great opportunity to lazy initialize some of the libraries. So this may lead to a great performance improvement of the application startup because we can move the loading to a later stage. So imagine the application is starting super fast, and when we display the main screen, then we can load some of the dependencies. Yeah, which is pretty nice. And also, actually, we can disable the content providers of our third-party libraries. For example, we can disable Facebook and Firebase and lazy initialize them on a later stage, which is pretty amazing, and I will show it as a demo later. Okay, so how we use this library? Actually, it's pretty simple. I have some screenshots from the documentation here. And we just add the dependency, which is Andritech Startup Runtime Library. Then we create an initializer for each library that we want to initialize. Actually, not only library, we can initialize our own code. I will show it later. But an initializer is just a class that implements the initializer interface, which has two methods, create and dependencies. In the create method, we just initialize the library. And the great thing here is that we have the application context, so we can initialize everything. The second method is dependencies, where we define our dependency graph. In this example, we don't have any dependencies, so we return just an empty list. But if we want to, for this initializer to depend on another, we should specify it here, and I will show this in just a second. So the third thing we should do is actually define our single content provider in the Android manifest with these copy-pasted lines. The important thing here is that if we want the initialization provider to initialize our initializer, we should specify it here as a metadata. If we don't specify it here, it will not be initialized automatically, and we have to initialize it lazily by ourselves. We have this attribute here, tools not equals to merge. And this is very important because if we have a lot of third-party libraries or our project has multiple modules and every module defines its own initializers, with this tag, we make sure that when we have the final merge manifest, we will have all the initializers here. Okay, here is the advanced setup that I thought about. We can define the dependencies which should be initialized before our initializer. So here we have some example logger, which depends on the work manager. So here in the dependencies block, we tell the startup library that we need it to first initialize the work manager. And what about if we want to disable the automatic startup? we can use this tools node remove attribute, which will remove this meta tag from the final manifest, but we will not have lint errors because they have custom lint rules that are checking that every initializer is defined in the Android manifest. So we actually have to define it here. So no lint failures, but we tell it to be removed from the final manifest. Okay, and the final setup is what we want to do if we want to lazily initialize a library at a later stage, where we have to execute this simple code. We just call the app initializer and initialize component with the initializer class. It's super simple. And now let's go to a demo. Okay, here I have a simple empty Android project, and I will do two things. The first is to implement some empty initializer, and the second thing is to disable the Firebase application because I don't want it to be automatically started at application startup, because I don't want any information about the user to be transmitted without its permission. I care about user privacy, for example, in this case. So what I'm going to do with this empty application, where I add the dependency, and then I have some dummy class that is called some manager that accepts the Android context, the application context, and I want this to be initialized during application startup. So one thing I can do is to initialize it here in the onCreate method of my application subclass. In Skrill, for example, the application that I work for, we have a lot of third-party libraries, and here the onCreate method of the application looks pretty big. It's like 200 lines. We initialize a lot of things like A/B testing libraries, tracking libraries, profiling libraries, and so on and so on. So the approach for 2022 is to actually move all of these initializers, initializing code to a app startup library initializers. So here, imagine that this manager is some of these third-party libraries that we want to move to app startup. So what we have to do is define some initializer. It's called some manager initializer, of course. And the only thing here is to create the instance of this class. And also I'm simulating some work. I will wait for 5 seconds. So we will see what is going to happen. Okay. And when we start this application, let's see what will happen. We have these 5 seconds of thread sleep here, and during this time, we are displaying the splash screen. So this is very important, and this is a proof that content providers vote before application on create and before any activity on create method. And I have some kind of logging here, so let's see the logcat. Yeah, you can see that first we're initializing some manager, then we are calling the onCreate method of the application, and finally we are calling the onCreate method of the main activity. So yeah, it's true, the content providers are created before the onCreate of the application. Okay, the second thing I want to show you is how to disable Firebase, for example. You can disable any automatic startup library that you have, like Facebook and so on and so on. So in my project, I have added the Firebase and Firebase Analytics. And when I add this, without doing anything else, in the unread manifest and actually the merge manifest, we can observe that we have this Firebase init provider generated out of the box without doing anything. So if I click here, I can see the part of the manifest that is merged into our manifest. And here we have this provider tag and this class called Firebase init provider. If I click here, I can inspect its code. And here in the onCreate method, they call Firebase app initialize app. So if I want to create my own initializer, I have to actually copy this code and put it into the initializer. Here is my initializer. I have copied the code, so I code Firebase app initialize app. So, how to disable the Firebase application? Well, I should go to the manifest file again, copy this part, and use this tag tools attribute tools remove. Okay, we don't need those. We don't need those. But I will use tools, nodes, and remove. And this will actually remove the Firebase content provider from the merge manifest. Let's see if it's gone. Yep, it's gone. It's no longer here. And what will happen if I start the application now with the Firebase disabled? Let's see. I'm using actually Firebase in the main activity. So with Firebase disabled, when we go to the main activity, we are waiting 5 seconds here. No, the application didn't crash because I am not using actually Firebase. Yep, I will start using it now. So starting the application, and actually the application will crash because here Firebase is not initialized, and we will get an exception that we should actually initialize Firebase. We cannot get its instance. Yep, waiting 5 seconds for our first initializer. And we crash. Yep. Okay, so we are sure that the default Firebase application is not initialized. So yep, we succeeded. We disabled Firebase. But actually, I want to use Firebase for example, to store images at a later stage. But I don't want it to send any events for Firebase Analytics. This is an example because we can actually disable them with some code. But yeah, I want to use Firebase, but I don't want it to be initialized at that startup. So what I can do is to lazily initialize my Firebase initializer with this simple code. I will execute my Firebase initializer, and I will have Firebase yet initialized here. So I'm not loading it in the application class or in the content providers. I'm loading it when I need it in my activity. So let's see if this will work. It will work, trust me. It will not crash. Yep, it works. So yeah, Firebase is now properly lazily initialized by ourselves, and we have the full control how this happens. Okay, this is the end of my demo. So let's go to the Q&A session. Maybe I will stop sharing so I can see the questions.
Thank you, guys. Let's see if there are any questions for you.
Come on, don't be shy.
Android programmers, don't be shy because you don't have you don't have a choice. You should implement the splash screen, and it's good if you implement the app startup library as well. If you don't implement it with Android 12, which is actually rolling, and in the new year it will have like 15% market share, you actually see two splash screens or some kind of ugly default splash screen if you don't implement the splash screen API.
Perfect. We do have a question. Can you use Lottie animation for splash animation using the new Splash API?
For the moment, as far as I see, unfortunately, you could use Lottie animation. You can use animated vector drawables, as I mentioned in the presentation, but for a Lottie support, it's not possible. I believe that maybe in further versions there will be availability to set the entire content, maybe, I don't know, and when that is possible to set some custom layout if they want to do it, I mean, from Android, that will be possible, but for the moment, no.
I think there is a way to convert Lottie animation into animated vector drawables. Normally, you do Lottie animations with Adobe After Effects or some other editing programs, so you can just export it as animated vector drawable.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that we can easily convert them. Maybe you can share a link for this one.
I don't have one, but
Just Google. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Just Google it, and that will be possible. Yeah.
Questions from our attendees? I see nothing. Just a quick reminder, those with the most active questions will receive some swag from us, as well as Lubo and Nikki, but yeah, they're already set. Okay, well, I suppose that there are no more questions. Thank you so much, guys. If any questions arise, I will let you know. We will be willing to share your presentations with our attendees so that we give them a link, create a folder and give them a link after the conference today.
Yeah, sure.
Perfect.
We have one question.
Let's see. Is the startup API or splash screen compatible with Material U? Georgi is asking this question, Stanev.
Yeah, I think it is. With Android 12, you have Material U out of it's the predefined styling. So I guess the splash screen is fully compatible with Material U. And for other versions of Android, I'm not sure. Maybe it will look the same.
Okay, we are out of time as well. So thank you, Lubo and Nikki. You were amazing. Really interesting presentation. Have a nice rest of the weekend. Feel free to stay until the end as well if you'd like. Next, we will have Boyan and a talk about Flutter. So thank you once again.
Thank you. The pleasure was ours. Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Boyan. Hi, do you hear us? Can you unmute?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you try sharing your screen?
Yeah, just 1 second. Need to fix everything. Okay, so let's try and share my screen. 1 second.
You can share an amazing project that you're currently working on. I know
Okay.
you have some stuff up your sleeve.
Yeah, we do. So let's just start. Hopefully you can see my screen. Okay, so just a brief intro. I am Boyan, and Evgeny unfortunately cannot join me today, but we're Kriotech, and today we're going to talk about a little bit about Flutter, but more so about processes in general. One such process is BDD, but let me just introduce myself briefly. So my name is Boyan Iliev. I've been working for just about 12 years in the IT industry. I checked yesterday, actually. Well, it's 11 years and 10 months now. And I've got quite a bit of experience in helping people achieve their creative vision, which is actually what Kriotech with Evgeny. And today we're just going to talk about a little bit about processes and some of the best practices that we use here in Creo. And to get straight to the point, we will talk about BDD and TDD in Flutter a little bit today. So what is BDD? First of all, we have to understand that this is an agile process that encourages collaboration between tech and this is the whole point. It just engages people to work together using a common language, which is sometimes the issue actually. So in this, which will better enable us to build a contract between all the parties that are involved in the development of the project, which is kind of the hard thing to do in most cases. So what are these parties that are involved? So it's usually the engineers, the product owners, and the QA. So how does the BDD process look like? This is the basic cycle. First of all, you have a group of people, which is the business analysis and the UX, who do the discovery. I'm gonna talk about all these processes a little bit later. But first of all, let's just look at this chart here and realize what the whole cycle looks like. So first, it's the discovery phase, in which the business and the UX come together and try to envision the features that are needed to be implemented. So the second phase will be like a definition phase, in which the developers, the BA, testers, and the UI designers come together to come up with some business rules and examples of how these features would work. To get, this is one of the big points, to get a shared understanding. So this is what BDD is all about shared understanding, what these features are about. The next step will be a formalization of all of this definition, which would be like writing all these scenarios and using TDD to create acceptance tests and also to this for this feature. And of course, what everyone in the project would expect, and the goal of the whole development process will be the last step, the delivery, in which you have full visibility, you get feedback on what you have achieved, and the whole goal would be to bring more value to the customer, to the end user, and to the company by providing this new feature. So this is how the whole process would look like. So let's talk about what. So unlike test-driven development, TDD, which you can just start doing on your own, BDD requires an investment from everyone on your team. Like it's not just like writing gherkin code and turning it into an automation test, but it's like you need to involve the product owners earlier in the development cycle, at the earlier stage at the development and the product cycle, which is extremely valuable because a lot of times it happens that you have to make corrections and changes post-development stage, which is something that you ideally want to avoid. And the way to do this is to have these more complex scenarios in which you discuss everything beforehand, which is kind of the point. So we can imagine that a scenario would be in this manner. This is the structure. So given that you want to start things correctly from the start and create less tech debt when starting a new project, then you use BDD or CryoTech, one or the other. So this was actually another very good example because you cannot turn this into tests, but let's start and do a little bit of a deep dive on the BDD process. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll start with the discovery phase. So this sits at the core of the whole process. And you cannot do BDD without this. During the discovery phase, the team and the PO can discuss the story that's being refined and review problems that would otherwise much later in the development process, which is something that you absolutely want to avoid. So if you notice this in your refinement session, then you can avoid all these mistakes. And usually what happens is that these refinement meetings or discovery meetings get really extended at the beginning while the team is not very accustomed to the process. But believe me, when you start developing very well coded features in less time. So let's think about the backlog a little bit. So when developers are working in a sprint, your product owners and your the stories from the next sprint and few all the acceptance criteria for all the tickets. So later on, these will be converted into BDD scenarios in the discovery workshops. So below you can see an example of how this looks like. We can imagine a scenario in which the user wants to create, like, let's imagine the simplest scenario we can. So a user, me as a user, I want to enter my details so that I can create a profile. This is an example feature, let's say. So what would the user acceptance criteria or the UAC would be? So when a user logs in, the profile screen, and then the user clicks on edit, the user is shown on edit screen. And when the user enters his email, the app validates its format. Let's say this is the goal. So how would a session of example mapping would look like? So you can see here, we can start with the create user profile tasks. We have to have an email, an address, and a name. And we have to define rules, and we have to have questions for all these rules and examples so we can better define the rules. So an example mapping session during the sprint would look like the product owner, the dev, and the tester meet for this discovery meeting and refine the stories for the future sprints. The goal would be to come up with acceptance criteria, and the product owner decides what the scope will be. So this conversation can be carried through the structure of the example mapping. And it kind of looks like this. So we can imagine that we have 4 rules for this acceptance criteria. We have to validate the email. We have a postcode. We have a name. And we have to check if everything is valid. So first of all, we have to answer the question, what would an email address look like? And what would the validation would be? So then we have to ask ourselves, what is a name? Is it a full name? Is it a surname? Is it first and last name? What do we want to achieve? So what rules we will have for the email syntax? What would the max length be? We have all these questions, and the goal of this meeting is to answer them and give examples to make it crystal clear what the rules for all of these, what the examples for all of these rules would be. So the example mapping, we have some key takeaways from this session, and we have to really guard for this and just make notes. So a story has multiple rules, like you've seen before. It has 4. But if you have too many rules, it indicates that the story is too big. And you should be really on watch for that. And maybe you should consider creating multiple stories. And rules, they are just a bunch of examples. So this is how we come up with the rules. But if you have too many examples, so that could be an indication that your rule is too complex. So more. And all these questions that are asked in the session can better refine the story. But if you have too many questions, then maybe either the story should be split up, or it might just not be ready for this kind of session, because if you have too many questions, then maybe the business is not ready to implement this feature, or you need to have clearer understanding and a clearer goal for this session. So what would the gherkin example look like? After this session, the developers and the testers meet to fill up these gherkin scenarios and then write the tests later on. So what would our example look like for our profile case that we just imagined? So the scenario would be to create a user profile with valid input. And given that our user has supplied our valid email, our postcode with validation, and our specific name, when all these fields are valid, then we have to assert the expected behavior. So we finally can get a little bit into coding. Well, we're not going to get too technical here because this is not a workshop, but we're just gonna show off some of the libraries that we use and how would you go about doing this. So finally, we can get into coding after all these definitions and rules and meetings. So for Flutter, we use Ogurets library. It's actually a gherkin plus cucumber implementation for Dart. And it's actually focused on making your life writing tests, because it alleviates a lot of the boilerplate code that you need to write anyway. Gherkin Ogurets actually is a fork of Gherkin 2, but since this project is orphaned, this is the thing we use for Dart and Flutter. And Ogurets, it's funny because it actually means cucumber. So what do we want to do for your project and for your project structure, we have here my cool project, and then you can create a folder which will house all your acceptance tests. And here you can write your acceptance, a feature, which will be our create profile feature. And then you have steps. And our step will be create profile steps. So this is how you can house your acceptance test in your project structure. So how the acceptance test, you have to import your algorithms, of course. And the thing that's most important is to define your feature and the steps, which we do here. So how would our create profile feature look like? This is the code for it, and you have a feature that's the profile feature. You have a scenario, user profile with valid inputs, given that the user supplies email, postcode, and name, and then all fields are valid, then the user profile is created. And remember what we said in the beginning, the point of BDD is to create a common language that everybody can understand, and all the stakeholders, and it's meaningful to both the stakeholders and to the development team as well as the QA team. So this is how it looks like, and actually this, I think, this is actually code that is in your project, but it also explains very well what the task and your create profile feature looks like. And finally, the more complicated part is your create profile steps, which I'm not gonna get to detail here, but this is how your steps would look like. You have to mock your dependencies. In your case, it would mean mocking an API, and you would ideally have use cases. So the thing that we're testing here would be the create profile use case. And what we do here is actually we need, if we go back to our what is create our steps, like given the when and the then, and test it. So what would it mean for us here? And first of all, user supplies email, postcode, and name. And we need to actually make sure that our API returns a success with a successful user profile response. And when all fields are valid, then we execute our API, and then the user profile is created. And this is the assertion step. We need to assert that our get profile has returned a success with a profile and an ID of our user. So this is a little bit. This is most likely how your steps would look like. So one of the takeaways we can have from this talk is that BDD is not, we cannot skip mentioning TDD, but there is a very key difference. This is not some development tool that you just use to just have more tests or have more testing. This is a tool that is used to create a common language and write tests that are more focused on the visible behavior. And this is how you should strive to write these, and you would have more success with it. And BDD is more focused, is less coupled with the code and the implementation, and takes care of more the visual representation of how the feature would look like. This is a diagram that shows the basic flow of how you should write your tests. First, you have to write your failing tests, then make them pass and refactor them until they pass. This is the way you do TDD. And this is how you would implement BDD into your TDD practice. So to summarize, a user story should, as I mentioned earlier. So what does it involve? It involves changes to your domain. For instance, this is a profile, and like to do other things. So the domain, the point would be the domain expert in this case would be the product owner or the business analyst in the backlog, and fill them with acceptance criteria. And each acceptance criteria becomes a business rule in this example mapping sessions. Then the rule will be converted into an acceptance scenario. So one of the most important things is to understand that BDD is not just creating more unit tests or more UI tests. It's more about visibility between the stakeholders and between the development and the testing team. So yeah, this is actually everything that you need to know about it. So I completed the presentation a bit faster than I expected, but we can skip over. So thank you very much for everyone who attended. And we can have a little Q&A session and possibly answer some of the questions that arise.
Thank you, Boyan. Well, we're having some questions for you already. So we have the first question that comes from Georgi Petrov. He's asking if do you use DDD and its ubiquitous a language for building a common language?
No. Actually, we use, as you kind of seen, mostly just and simple like gherkin, just to explain the scenarios and create acceptance scenarios for our stories. And actually, we just use English to explain how we define the stories. Another question, what are the... Well, BDD takes more time, and what would happen usually is that your team would, in the beginning, would get slower in implementing. But actually, there are very interesting studies that show that teams who are very practiced in using TDD actually achieve. They write less code. They write less methods, for instance, because you know exactly you want to test, so you don't create more code. And the drawback would be that you take more time in these refinement sessions until doing that. You can use them separately, BDD and TDD. I wouldn't say that there are advantages of using them. It's a preference, but you would get a lot of benefit when you, for instance, define your stories in the sprint. You would have very clear acceptance criteria. They are kind of set in stone, let's say, because after the stakeholders and the business defines these rules together with the development team, they are written, as you can saw in the Gherkin examples. And when they are written, the business, what you deliver is exactly what you agreed with the business. So there is no discrepancy between between what is expected from the business and development team, which very often happens in software development, as you are aware. And I think this using BDD can be a bit cumbersome, but if you start getting better at it, it could bring a lot of benefits. Actually, I haven't used Flutter Gherkin, to be honest. This is the next question from Georgi Stanev. how would you compare overheads to Flutter? Used Flutter Gherkin sadly. I've used only overheads, so I really cannot say. I'm sorry. Okay. It says that something went wrong with my questions, but let's see.
Is it possible to share the Git repo from your previous presentation at the Flutter Engage Extended?
Yes, actually, we've been working on that because we wanted to make some improvements on it because it's kind of constantly evolving as a living project that we're working on. But yeah, we'll actually try to get everything that with a little bit more examples published. As we're not ready with it yet, but we'll get it out as soon as possible.
So we have also one more. It looks that those code followed DDD. Can you specify exact book, article, methodology it followed?
I really cannot say because we read a lot of articles and we read a lot of books. Actually, we like Uncle Bob a lot, and we follow clean architecture. Well, not to the letter, but we strive to implement clean architecture in all of our projects. So any book that you pick up from Uncle Bob, it's pretty useful. So yeah, I hope that helps out.
Thank you, Boyan. So any more questions for him? So obviously there was some bad connection. So I is saying that half of the presentation is interacting. I couldn't hear most of the things. Can you share your slides afterwards? I'll actually give a link for everybody to see where they can download the presentations from on Google Drive.
Okay, sure.
Perfect. Yes.
Connection issues because some questions keep. But I hope that we haven't missed anything.
Those are the questions that you already answered. I'm just removing them from the Q&A, but you can see them in answered if you skip them.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. I thought that my UI was lagging or something.
No. Don't worry. Everything works according to the plan. Well, thank you, Boyan. Thank you so much for sharing with us your latest project with Evgeny. Once again, just so you know, for the people that are not aware in the audience, Boyan and Evgeny are actually the first Flutter enthusiasts that got in touch with us, and they also have are the owners of the Flutter.vg group on Facebook. Make sure you join the group there if you're interested in Flutter. And I'm looking forward to our next encounter and event. I hope that we can do another Flutter event just with you two, at least in the upcoming months. And yeah, thank you for tuning in again.
Thank you. We'll try to come up with something very interesting in the next time.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, so I guess we are so on time that we even might finish early. But nice. the good thing is that we also have some active people that were asking questions in the Q&A, and I'm really happy that you did. Oh, I see Radi is also here. Perfect, just in time for it. And I would like to ask the following people if they're still here: Angel Elenkov, Nina Trankova, Radoslav Yordanov, Georgi Stanev, and Georgi Petrov. You guys are winning some cool swag. I mean, I can show you what it is about, but yeah, you're getting some hoodies from DevFest Bulgaria, as well as some cool stickers from DevFest Bulgaria, and I would like you to just drop us a line on either Facebook Messenger or at GDG Sofia at gmail.com, sharing your preferred speedy address and phone number so that we can send you these cool hoodies and stickers. And thank you all for joining the event. It was really amazing, kind of exhausting. We really are not big fans of online events together with Marty. You know, we miss having you around and talking to you in the networking breaks and actually doing something. So, anyways, we did what we could. Marty, share a little bit.
Hope next time to organize something very big, and coronavirus will not stop us. So maybe next time the destination will be a little bit more interesting than Sofia. So stay tuned for it, and wish us luck next year. We will have this opportunity to make DevFest in one very interesting location. Thank you guys, to all of you, for attending and spend time with us. Hope DevFest Bulgaria 2021 was interesting for you. Thank you to all speakers. Guys, you were amazing. And yes, if you have any questions or you can suggest something to us, like feedback or some tips and tricks that we can try next time, it will be very helpful for us. Unfortunately, Evgeny wasn't here, but hope he is very good where he is, and see him next time or next event, especially for Flutter topics. And that's it from us. See you again, and stay safe.
Love you, and please also be invited you all the attendees that are actually interested in Google Dev Technologies. You know, the stage of Google Developers Group Sofia is always open for all of you. It doesn't matter if you are a newbie or if your talk is not an expert one. It doesn't matter. You can do a workshop, you can do a demo, you can do a code lab, whatever is interesting for you or something that you're passionate about. I would like to say that our stage is all inclusive for everybody that is interested in Google Dev Technologies. We can help you if you'd like to continue your career as a Google developer expert. So if you're working on something or you're you're trying to master it as much as you can, and you're not afraid to talk in front of people, then you're more than welcome to tune in, join us for our next session, and just write to us. We are one of you, you're one of us. We refer to you as our GDG family, and we are very, very sorry that we are not as active as we would wish to be. Unfortunately, all of us are working, so this is entirely volunteer work that we're doing with GDG, and it's really tough to keep up with the content. So we encourage all of you to just, get over the fear. There's nothing to worry about. Boyan can tell you, Radi can tell you. They overcame it, and you see how amazing it feels to actually present on our stage. If you have any troubles with that, we can also give you some tips about conducting your presentations. So nothing to worry about. We encourage you all to just be active and share the things that you're passionate about in terms of technologies. in front of the whole community. And thank you again for joining. You'll receive some links to the presentations and also the feedback form. Please fill it so that we know what we did wrong, what we did good, and what we can improve for next time. Thank you.
Oh.
Started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
We just create a new kernel, blah, blah, blah.
We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community. We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.